Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to Satisfactory, everybody. And, well, as the title suggests, we need more minerals. Right, so first thing on the to-do list today is to finish up plastic and rubber. And again, for those who didn't know about this trick, because I don't think it's very intuitive, if you go into dismantle mode and you press R to toggle to blueprint and you select the blueprint, you can middle click and it will not dismantle but actually sample the whole blueprint. I guess this many. So I need to remind myself now, as I have no recollection of what I was actually doing. How many refineries do I actually need? Okay, I need a last one to work at 200%. Or very close to 200%. It's actually... So technically I need 43.3 refineries. If I divide that by 4 is 10.8. I'll just round it up to 200%. It's easier. Not that recipe, not... yes, this recipe. And this one gets 2 shards, goes up to 100%. So let's start building this. Everything is connected, everything should just start working once we connect power and input outputs. I just want to make sure that I do have the correct recipe, and indeed I do seem to have the correct recipe. Right, water is on the other side, but I've started connected both sides, so I'll just continue connecting everything. I've looked over the numbers in the previous in between sessions, and yes, that's all the water. Yes, that seems to be all the water. So as I was saying, I've looked over the numbers and I'll do just one side, as I have to do 2 more trips anyway. And I think it's just faster like this. I will need one more line of oil. I'll probably just connect the two patches that we have on the or the 3 patches that we have nearby. Okay, we should see things starting to move very fast now. And we should hopefully see... what's the input-output here? Shouldn't matter, I have Mark 5 for everything. It's gonna take a while for all the plastic to saturate, but or for the polymer resin to saturate, but I just need to do that 3 more times. I wonder if I can get a better angle for this. You know what? Let's connect the ones I have here. I will go to the main base and fix this issue. I'll do a temporary fix for now. But, well, hopefully that will at least allow me to do the builds. The temporary fix will be to prioritize storage over the I'm trying to think if this is correct. Yeah, no, it looks correct. It looks correct. I shouldn't have issues. And this is working. Everything is working. I just don't have enough of them. So let's do a quick run to the main base. Kind of annoying that I cannot do anything remotely. But at least it's a short hypertube ride. And just saying that is one of the very nice things that I've added in Factorio Space Age, where you can at least late game do most of the things remotely, don't have to physically be there. And I need motors there as well, a lot of them. I think this one is meant to be motors. Yes, so all I need to do here is get to this place and say that right output is overflow. I want to see what's actually happening here. That's idle. That's never a good sign. This is working. Pipes. Pipes is the problem. I really wish there would be a way to, let's say, upgrade. There doesn't seem to be one. Just so that I can prioritize pipes, because well, I'm using pipes in quite a few places. That's empty. That's even more concerning. I was hoping for some pipes there. No such luck. New hard drive. Not an interesting recipe. Upload speed, I think I'm actually quite fine with this, but how many did I need? I actually totally forgot about that. 23, that's good, and 200 fluctuators.
Dimensional expansion finalized to 500%. Despite further efforts, parts could not be broken down further than their elementary particles, nor could the storage become more dense without the particles spontaneously reacting with one another and losing their deconfined state. Yet somehow more matter can now be stored in the same dimension.
We sang our growth song because we like your shallow efforts. Up and down our shallow illusion, up and down disappear in the deep.
That is very thoughtful, I think. I appreciate the attempts at sharing scientific knowledge, however perhaps we should wait until we have a more optimal way of exchanging data.
So that's more storage, which hopefully should allow for more buffer for building, especially for the resources that are lacking the most. And that are used in high quantities, like plastic, for instance, and motors. But well, at least I hope that I'll get somewhat more motors now. And as I was saying that, I realized that that's not gonna be the case. Not even for finishing this build. Let's do this. It's a very hacky way, but I'll just give everything that I have. So I can put one here. And I guess one there. Routers. I did have a couple of statters. Okay, that's not good. I wanted to get a few summer sloops in here. I wanted to get a few summer sloops in here, but I am all out. Oh well, it is what it is. Not that big of a deal in the end. I will get some motors at least. Okay, I think that's it on the pipes. That was not the right power pole. So up next I will actually stay at just 2 floors of plastic for now. No resin? That's odd. Oh no, that's not odd. That is the fluid pipe fully backed up. This should get everything working for another 2 to 3 minutes, at least. And that should hopefully give me enough time. That didn't go as planned, so I can do this and this. That looked a bit odd, but should be fine. I will bring the recipe once more. Let me try to better organize this. So everybody can see what's happening. And what we're doing today is turbo fuel. I need to get used to speak more into the microphone. Hope the voice is okay. So let's see what are we doing today. This is the heavy oil residue. This is one pipe. This is compacted coal. This is 800 units of compacted coal and 1200 units okay, this is two pipes of water for output, and probably I have to split this into actually 2 belts. And this I'm gonna split this across 5 floors, producing 10,000 cubic meters of turbo fuel, and I'll have to make sure that that turbo fuel actually gets burned. But let's start with the basics. First floor is 12 blenders. That's gonna do diluted fuel. I do not remember how big a blender is, to be honest. So let's get the blueprint out. This is the blender recipe. It is facing me now. 3 by 3. And there's no way I'm squeezing more of these in here. I want a 4 stack, so you know what? I need 2 pipes of water. I can have the heavy oil residue. Let's do 2 floors of blenders. So 2 floors of 6 blenders. That's gonna be the fluid input. That's gonna be the fluid output. It's gonna be 2 fuel pipes, so it's gonna make the pipe management for output much easy. Yeah, let's go with this. I am quite happy with how this looks. those are all my motors. A bit unfun. I think I need to take a slightly more pragmatic approach to this. Okay, so it's in the middle of a tile. 2 tiles in. Two and a half tiles of this way. So 1, 2.5 tiles with, I think that's 2 tiles in. I really hate how there's like a very small but noticeable inertia. It's a very nice effect, but it's a very annoying effect at the same time when trying to just build afterwards, immediately afterwards. And by afterwards I mean after stopping. Okay, this is power connection. Let's do pipe. And I need pipe for output as well. So this is gonna be my fuel output pipe. This one needs to be do I just carry on with this alignment? No. Yes, no, yes, no. Okay, so one pipe will be let's keep this one aligned here, I guess. Okay, I think that one way. Really, this doesn't even work? That doesn't work either. Well, I give up. This looks... This looks good enough for me. Okay, and need to remember to turn that off. Actually, let's do this. Let's actually have constant understanding of what we're actually trying to build here. This is gonna be the water. Water requires one pipe per floor. That's weird. That's so weird. It works one way, but it doesn't work the other. Anyway, that's gonna be 600 water. Blender is gonna do diluted fuel. Yikes. That's a heavy price to pay. $700 plus another 150, 900 megawatts just for the blenders. Then we have 34 refineries for the, to get all the turbo fuel in, plus the water pumps. Is this good enough? Let's test this out. Say what now? Oh, that's just a bit too far away. Yeah, I think that works. Okay, so I've learned a better way to do that, so I'm gonna actually apply it. But first, surely it's not just one tile. No, it's tile radius. Come on. What gives? I don't know what it's trying to snap to, but it's not always working. I just wanted to do the build metric. So this is a total of 5 water extractors. That should be 600 per minute. What's the power difference? 8 megawatts to 20. What's the cost of this? That's quite a few megawatts, and well, I have plenty of water. Anyway, let's not get cheap on megawatts now. Let's start this pipe. I think that this is a good enough bus position. Will this snap in any shape or form? Really? It prioritizes the other one first? That's annoying. Nope, it went on the other one. That has to be one of the most annoying things. Not being able to snap these things properly into place. But, anyway, I want to make sure that there is some sort of pump here. The head is already quite... Head lift is already really that big? No. Okay, I don't see the arrow. Oh, there it is. Why is the head lift 47? Like, I understand with that pipe, but is that a bug? Well, we'll see. And as I was saying, there's a very nice way of getting did I? I did manage to hit one of the worst points in the pipe. Technically, if I do this well enough, I should not have a problem with the angles. Might not be a perfectly straight perpendicular pipe, but it should be at least good enough. So let's see how I want to play this. I think I want to keep this internal here. There will be a secondary water pipe. Maybe something like this. I can do will this look good? Not noodle, but if I do horizontal to vertical auto 2D here, this would be good enough. I'll have the other pipe coming on the inside there. Eventually, I'm not gonna build that one now. I just wanted to make sure that it's possible to build it. No power. Oh yes, because I remember I put this outlet here, but I just placed the outlet. I didn't actually drag a power line. kidding me? I don't know what happened there, but something was off. Is this good? Okay, these are 6 blenders. That are producing fuel, no problem. I just need to connect them once again. Maybe I just imagined it, maybe nothing was off. I'm actually trying to think that, starting to think that nothing is off, but the alignment seemed a bit off, and well, there was a high possibility for things to be off. Did I set the recipe for everything? I think I did. Everything is yellow. This is producing. Slowly but surely, at least. How's this pump going? It still says a head lift. Okay, so for some reason the valve does not prevent the head lift from being taken into account. This is way closer to the number that I would have expected. Okay, things are being powered. Let's go here. I'll just place, you know what, I'll use the same strategy I used before. I'll use the same strategy where I just place the floors to begin with. Doesn't really matter over here that much. But let's do it anyway. So this should allow me to place this one. And this one that goes all the way through. Overlapping. Flipping might occur. That's weird. I do not need a horizontal, but I still think it's gonna give a slightly better look. So that should be water. This should be no power. I do want power. Can I squeeze in? Copy that one. I will very quickly just do the exact same setup. Did I limit this? Yes, I did. Let's bring some power over. And you know what, I think I'll just use one of these. More than enough to power everything. Right. I do need to get the connection pipe. just one pump over here should be enough. I hope. Yep. Water's coming through. I don't know if it's gonna be all the way to there though. That looks like... actually, this is not a refinery. This might actually be enough. Oh yeah, this is definitely enough. After I do that, I can cut those two out and move on with the build. Refineries are over here. Which side am I getting my inputs from? It's gonna be on this side. Inputs and outputs over there. And for turbo fuel, I am just doing regular turbo fuel. Looking if there's any interesting alts that I might consider here. No, this is the best. This is the best value for money. There is an alt which is heavy oil residue and compacted coal, but it gives less turbo fuel per heavy oil residue. And now it uses the fuel. I need to use fuel, not heavy oil, because heavy oil I'm basically doubling, so that's substantially less. Yeah, this is the recipe. This is the recipe that we need to go with. This is gonna be 5 floors. Let's do pipe connections. Can I move that a bit more inside? I'm trying to think how many pipes I need to get here. So this is gonna be the first one. let's get everything through first. That's the fuel. And if I remember correctly, I do need... let's look at the recipe again. Yeah, I do need 2 pipes to transport the fuel. That doesn't look right. What are you aligning to? Sure, we can go with that. This pipe obviously has no more head lift. So again, this is gonna be 5 floors, this is 2 belts, that means one pipe is 2.5 floors. I have to figure out a way to actually do 2.5 floors here. Okay, you know what? Let's build 5 floors first. 5 floors of refineries. Okay, that looks good. That's 2 floors, 3, 4, and 5. This is... that's floor number 1. Floor 1... oh, that's what's weird. Floor 1 and 2 will have just With 1, 2, and 3 we'll have 3 pipes each. At floor 3 we can drop one of the pipes. And I think I'll do like an overflow between pipes. One at floor 2 and one at floor 3. Okay, this is floor 3. So this should be exclusively from the first pipe. This is mixed. And I need to carry the pipe. Yeah, I need to carry the pipe to this floor. And by the way, I'm outputting 10,000 turbo fuel, which means that there's a very high chance of needing to have 2 output pipes as well. That didn't go according to plan. Really? This snaps? I might snap. I might snap with this pipe snapping. So over here I think and this doesn't, or maybe it does. Yeah, nobody lets me. This is a problem, because if I cannot merge them like that, that means I probably should have one of the pipes more to the right. Is that the right alignment, at least for that? Yeah, that's the right alignment. Let's do this. think that this is gonna be the final layout. Why? Yeah, I'm just speechless. I do not understand how this snapping is meant to be working. Megawatts is not that big of a deal. So this one can still function identical to the previous floor. There should be enough to liquid on the pipe to be able to fill up the whole floor. That's a bit awkward. No, I came just in time to miss everything. Will this output? Yes, it does. So I'm gonna take the very cheaty way out. I will have to get rid of all that turbo fuel. And now that I'm looking at how many plants I have and how much I actually didn't count the number of plants I need to power. Okay, I've connected that one. I needed the pumps here. I'm a bit surprised though. I would have expected my other factory to still produce. Yeah, not sure what that was all about. But very importantly, let's do this here. And I do want to put valves like that and like that. I'm trying to think how the fluid dynamics is gonna work here. But I think as long as I have the pumps between each floor, I think I should be fine. Did I say that this is the last one? So I don't want this to flow down. It wouldn't be able to actually pass the pump, so it doesn't really matter, but I definitely want this to flow this way. And I did say that this is floor 1, floor 2, floor 3. And I've already spilled half of that pipe. This one can actually stop here. I don't need that one. Let's make sure this doesn't backflow on the empty pipe. And this sounds like something that should work. At least in my mind, this works. In practice, we will soon find out. Yes, I did put the top floor as well. No, that's the wrong recipe. Oh, I've done all of this, but I totally forgot about the compacted coal. That needs to also be brought in. And that's, again, 2 belts of compacted coal. So we'll have to deal with merging them. I'm just wondering if I compute how much turbo fuel each floor produces and I make an equivalent floor of those things. But anyway, that's not a question for now, that's a question for just a bit later, because right now I need to start putting down a couple of conveyors. Is that one crooked? No. No, it's not crooked. So if I do it here and here, will that overlap with anything? That doesn't seem to overlap anything. Slight collision there, but that should not be a problem. This one go like this, yes. Center output is any. I don't think I need programmable. I've never actually seen the interface for this one, but overflow, any undefined. I think that has different use cases, but not this one. So, just trying to play this one out. I'm wondering if I should actually bother with this. Okay, I won't bother with trying to make an invalid belt shape. Well, it just is an invalid belt shape, so we're not gonna question it. Okay, that's too close by, but that one can be easily fixed. Let's make sure I use the right splitter here. that's the left port. So priority center. Overflow at the top. Or I could just do a loop belt, but I think that this is ever so slightly more elegant. I do have the right settings there. Yeah, I think I'm starting to get a hang of this. A good thing I didn't do a junction in here. I was tempted for at least a little while to do the junction over here. That would have made for a very awkward moment right now. That's a bit overeager. Is that the last floor? This is the last floor, finally. There we go. Let's actually see this in action. Nope, that is not the one I'm looking for. But this is the turbo fuel production line. That's... no, that cannot be turbo fuel production. This is the line I need. Probably should have done it the other way around. I'll use this for plastic, for rubber, which means I'll use this one for compacted coal. needs to go all the way to here. Damn it. It is obviously meant to go the other way around. So this is gonna be merger here. This is the compacted coal. So something like this. This is a splitter. This is a splitter. Will I ever get alignment? I don't know. I'll probably change that at some point. It was somewhat aligned. I just need to remember to drag the belt the correct way around now. That's enough. Yeah. What's this one? Oh, this is the fuel pipe. That's right. That's 2 water pipes, and yeah, I'm more and more tempted to just say there we go. We're making turbo fuel. I want to actually see that everything is working. Although it's gonna take a while for things to get here because it will go floor by floor. So let's do a bit of math. Well, let the calculator do a bit of math, that is. Technically, I have 53.34 refineries. If I divide that by 5 floors, that's 10.6 refineries. Refinery is producing 18.75 per minute. Times 18.75, that's 200. How much can one of those things actually consume? $18.75 per minute. So that's actually an interesting ratio. I'm pretty sure it is not an accidental ratio. So, technically, Where's my first floor refinery? Now, if I am to go and build two glass panels here. There's plenty of space, so that shouldn't be an issue, like ever. I still have my fuel power generator print. Output is the other way. Do I need the one space here for... Nah, I don't need the one space. This needs to be one floor lower. That's a fact. And I would be nice to probably align those, but yeah, okay. So this is the plan. Really, mode blueprint and it doesn't snap? No. Okay, this snaps. And I don't think I need the buffer area. I need 11 of these. That's 11 times 3, that's 33 divided by 4. That would be 9 of these. So I want the iron is quite strong here. I lack power, but again, not building the full thing just yet. Let's keep this nice and straight. Not 100% aligned, but who keeps track? What gives? Did I already use all of my power shards? Did I drop them in some factories or something? I did use some for those ones, but I'm still on a limited power shard budget for a while. We will be able to make our own fairly soon, but I'm worried that I've actually destroyed them, to be honest. Not this one. These ones are not sharded. This one is not sharded either. Really? That's where my power shards went? Or at least some of them. I probably have to double check all of these now. This one shouldn't have a power shard either. This one should have two. Really, just 3 of them? Come on, we can go up. There's 2 more or 3 more here, but it is what it is. Wherever they are, they are. I don't think I would have destroyed them though. I realized I didn't need storage, but well, let's not make this take forever. Because this one will anyway. that didn't seem right. That's good. That is good. This takes quite a bit of time. It is connected to the power grid though, yes? Yes, it is connected to the power grid. Why now? Compacted coal not reaching there yet? That is... quite troubling. Why there's no compacted coal there? That's full. This is full. Did I do something wrong here? Yes, I forgot to copy paste the settings, and most likely I forgot to copy paste them for this one as well. Even better. I placed the wrong one. Oh, that already filled? Yep, that's working, and that one is working as well now, which means that fairly soon this one will start working. So we can continue. That should be everything. this one will start working. I actually have capacity, at least theoretical capacity, above max consumption. Okay, it's gonna take a while for all of this to fill up. I'm not gonna closely monitor it right now. This seems to be working just fine. It should be able to burn all the fuel that it's producing. I am burning some of the fuel, which means that this might be able to unclog eventually. Yeah, not even close. Well, I am producing. I am constantly producing, but the consumption ratio is way too small. But that's the POC build. And I guess I'm just gonna expand this for now. Did I mention I really hate the fact that I didn't know the priorities? There's no way for me to actually get more aluminum casing unless I go to the aluminum casing. Factory. Which I might just have to do. Just for that one tiny factory that was left. Maybe I deleted them, I don't know. What's happening? Go. So yeah, I'll make my way to the to the aluminum factory because I need to prioritize storage depots over or cloud storage versus train output. And right now, the aluminum casing is highly in demand. We are slowly inching towards phase 3 completion. Operative world being slowly. Yeah, that one is fully dead. That was expected. Really? I cannot do a bloody jump? That's annoying. Okay, let's try again. There we go. I think I might just use the other blueprint. That's probably the fastest way to fix the problem. And I don't think the... Oh, maybe that I was just too far, but I want to look if those gas pillars, whatever they're called, have actually respawned. The ones that I've already destroyed. I probably should have just titled this episode Oil Processing. I thought I would be able to get more done. I guess silly me. On second thought, there is a much better and easier way of doing this. Albeit ugly, or uglier. And just curious. Okay, I'm gonna take the recipe off, or should I keep it on? I think that's a bit of a dead space. Let's keep it on, so that people that join the stream know what we're working towards. I think that's a bit of a better fit. While I'm traveling, I do not see any gas clouds even when I'm nearby. So the big problem I have right now is with the thermal propulsion rocket. No. Okay, that's very nice that I can actually change direction when I exit the wrong way. So yeah, the thermal propulsion rocket takes plastic rotors, reinforced plate motor. I don't have motors. Fused frame turbo motor. And rubber. And cooling systems. Yeah, that's why it's that slow. It requires literally every single piece of resource. And I think I was missing just one of these. Why is the arrow? That is the question. Why is the arrow? Correct recipe. Let's get power going first. I find it so weird that the bottom ones actually are blue. The top ones are yellow. It makes sense why the top ones are on poles, the bottom ones are on ground thingies. But well, funny nonetheless. So this is not gonna work at maximum speed. There's gonna be some throttling, but I will be fine with that. Come on. That kind of looks straight. This is working at 100% efficiency. Fuel seems to be kept under control as long as it's 1-to-1. Let's start upscaling. As long as I have materials, that is. And again, let's make sure that things line up. I don't want to fall. I deleted 2 of them. I really hope. That's not good. That's not good either. Manual snapping it is. Also, this should be a stack of 10. Did I miscount? Yes, I did actually miscount. Oh, the bottom one is actually correct. It actually snapped properly. It got me confused and stuff. Polymer resin, definitely not. This is meant to be producing turbo fuel. And the last one. It's 170% throttle. We'll make the last two work at 150. Make sure I'm not putting power shards in that one. That didn't go according to plan. Okay, so I need inputs. I don't need outputs. this one too, and this one. Well, technically that worked. I think that would have been a very ugly connection. Right, I have finished all my petroleum coke. Because I've designed barely enough to sustain that build. Which means that now I'm in a very awkward state. One, two, three, four out of 11, I think. I'm getting rather close to the rocks there, but it's just this vertical, so I think I'll have enough time, enough place. 5, 6. 8, 9. I think I need that many. 9. Oh, precisely that many. Even being able to consume the waste products is difficult. Probably by design, I would assume. Did I miss this one? No. This one now? that was just one floor. I actually need to go scale the compacted coal build because this is actually not functioning. We are consuming way more, like these belts are substantially, but look substantially healthier. But yeah, we're barely making any dent over here. It's just four working refineries. Again, this probably impacted rubber production drastically. I think I'm gonna continue just a bit more tonight, but I will need to take a short break before doing that. Yeah, I'll try to at least finish the plastic build, which means upscaling compacted coal to the target ratio, which I will do at 800 in the idea that I'm gonna eventually be able to upgrade that belt to a Mark 5 6 6. So yeah, compacted coal and at least hopefully finish up the refineries, which should make this run at full capacity permanently. And maybe, just maybe, start working on the plastic on the rubber build. But I'll take a quick break and be back in roughly 30 minutes. See you here soon. And we're back. We are back to Satisfactory. Yeah, and we need to upscale, drastically upscale our compacted coal. Now, first order of business is going to be to upgrade the belt. What's that, a Mark II? Mark III. Oh, it was a Mark III. So it wasn't as bad as it could have been. Okay, we know a better way to do this now, so let's use that. That looked like it auto-connected. Okay, it's on the center and I think this is the correct spacing. Let me try to see if this actually works. No, that will actually not work, but if I do it all the way here, I might actually get a nice lane. Okay. I'll probably have a ton of unwanted things in my inventory now. That is compacted coal, so let's go and upgrade this one. I'll go sort out the inputs first. I'll use this as an alignment of sorts. And again, this will need to be eventually upgraded. Damn it. It's interesting the fact that it when it loses power, it actually stops climbing before it fully finishes losing power. Okay, this needs to... Oh, this is heavily under throttled. We can get a maximum of 600 per minute. Oh, that's why. I was struggling to understand why it's 600 per minute was the limit. It should have been 1.2. Makes perfect sense. I was still using the Mark II miner. No sulfur on me. Means it managed to actually utilize everything. I'm actually curious to see if this auto connects. No, it doesn't. So this should now be perma stuck there. Well, it's gonna backfill the belt, but that's a Mark V, that's a Mark V, that's not a Mark V. How do I do something that's not as... Do I even try? Nah. So that is that side upgraded. This goes. You know what? I have enough room to carry on a few extra miners. Really? That was a Mark 1 miner? That was indeed a Mark 1 miner. So this needs to ramp up to 720. Unfortunately, that's not gonna happen. So I can output 600. Need to go to the closest coal source and get more coal. I don't think there's any other coal sources around that's closer than this one. Who knew that this one would eventually turn out to be no, I need 200 here. I need 200 that this is a Mark II. Do I have any miners on me? Yes, I do. So, not sure if this one is actually producing anything relevant. No power. Sure. This is an extra 240. right is any, center is overflow. Okay, that's 600. Let's assume that we're just 400, which means that I only need 200 per minute here. And 200 per minute here. I want to get to the belt because this is gonna give me the fastest way back home. And we are back here. Where we are producing coal, compacted coal. What's the ratio here? Really? I have to search for it. Compacted coal, I need it at 800. There's no other decent type of build. I would need 32 assemblers. What's the power production consumption for this one when we are at base speed? Well, let's see how many I can squeeze in here until we most inevitably reach the wall. I'll just do multi-level build. And it's not so much about the power consumption as it is about the power slugs, which I'll need a lot of. let's just connect first of all. Because that's gonna take forever. Yeah, I just realized that increasing plastic production above this level, or actually increasing rubber production above the projected level, is gonna be very difficult. As my closest sulfur node is quite far away and I would need to run double belts. How many do I have? Oh, that's just 15. I should actually do a proper count on how many I have. So let's start from this edge. Yeah, it actually is 15 on the dot. And I did say I need how many? 32. Maybe I just buff one of them to 200. And this way I just need 15. Pretty sure that there are belts here that I need to boost as well. Oh, okay. Interesting. Interesting. It actually upgraded the blueprints on the spot. Yeah, I would call that interesting. Okay, that's recipes. Power is gonna be next. I'm gonna do a very ugly split. So don't judge me on that, please. This was meant to be a very temporary ad hoc build. I had a feeling it's gonna turn into something very permanent. I should have thought about this just a bit more. Maybe... Oh, what am I doing? I meant to... get belts through as well. I really hope I didn't miss a random belt. And probably later on, if this needs further boosting, I will hopefully have enough power shards. If I even get that part of the game, I should have enough power shards to do this without any sort of issues. So let's see. I can do that there, I can do that there. Is that a... I put mergers there. Lovely. This is splitter. Okay. That's very lovely of me that I already have a splitter there. It's not stupid if it works. And that definitely works. I do want a merger now. This should be very close to a full belt. At least, roughly speaking. Which should hopefully mean eventually enough resources coming through here. Unless I'm still bottlenecked, but well, technically that is one problem solved. Yeah, the lag. The lag is real. This one had a special configuration, so let's go with that. A fuel compacted coal. And this is slightly overscaled for now, because I do not need all the what's it called? I'm not producing. Oh, that was a weird snap. I'm not producing all the heavy oil residue. That's what I was looking for. I need just the input, and I think I'll just do the input. Connection seems to be good. I was seeing quite a bit of quite a few items going up the belt. Imagine if only connections would be made automatically. This one, what? Those were way too many hotkeys I've pressed there. That looks slightly off. I cannot tell if that's a straight pipe. That part is done. No, I need to... I need to get the power plant down first. merde, as a Frenchman would say. And obviously I don't get snapping even for this one. Is that the last one? No, there's one more. It is so confusing that the recipe is highlighting twice, that the plant is highlighting twice. Imagine how lovely building all of this would be if the pipes, belts, and power lines would automatically connect, especially between blueprints. One could even define in the blueprint connection trajectories or something like that. It's over here. I am spending this time to think what I'm gonna build next. I kind of do have to encase this because with my current frame rate I'm pretty sure the game will crash at some point. But at the same time, I might actually do that off camera. Do something that's at least slightly more interesting. Like another 3 floors of this. Another 3. That's not good. Am I expecting to have red? I guess I'm expecting to have red spikes every once in a while. Now, I'll have to admit, I didn't expect that one to be the thing that runs out. I guess I'm building a lot of foundation. I'll just connect whatever I can right now. Hopefully that will buy enough time for a bit more concrete to appear. Oh. Did I completely forgot to do that one side? Apparently I did. Let's do the pipe as well. Speaking of not having concrete. So it was slightly off center if I remember correctly. But I think that was too much off center. That would be 2 more refineries. No power. Oh, no power because no fuel. But this should start filling up. Yeah, we're still waiting for everything to fill up. This is just 51, but there's lots of blueprints here to be placed down. A tipper or blueprint placement. I guess I should have thought of prioritizing properly. That shouldn't be yellow. Unless it's already full. I'm not producing 800, I'm producing 780, but still, that's off by quite a bit. So over here, that's just the upload speed, really? Okay. I don't know why I didn't do this the last time, but uh-oh. This would have been a very good reason not to do it the first time. If I were to claim that I already thought about this. I'm out of reanimated Sam. How am I doing with... whatever, let's put everything in there. That one I do have plenty of. That was a very random place to put that that thingy. Like, it's not close to, well, anything. I really hate my short memory right now. I could have just... I really forgot that I put that depot for the reanimated Sam as well. It would have been a very small amount, so maybe... there is some merit to that. But yeah, with concrete I was limited by... I still don't have proper priority, and apparently the priority has a chance to change every time you... download the game. I placed a splitter there. I didn't want a splitter, I wanted a smart splitter. That overflows and is to the right. Okay, I got a bit of extra. Really not sure if I'm gonna be using all of that, but we'll... don't know if I managed to actually touch the belt, but well, we're heading there. wondering if I need to check that. No, I don't. The belt is full. And we can start building again. I am annoyed. I am really annoyed. What happened there? Okay, I was just 3 short. I need to figure out why I'm not getting Ethereum wire in my storage depot. So this is another trip. Did I cut off? It's a very good possibility I've actually cut off all my Ethereum production. Okay, this is the 3rd floor, fully functional. Maybe I don't need to do that. Does it say? I'm low on rubber as well. That's not a good sign. Yeah, this requires Ethereum wire. I cannot just upgrade the blueprint. But what I can do is finish these recipes. Feels weird that I already have to do FPS management and I'm not even close to finishing the game. And is the developer's direction to, when they said build vertically, it's not like I'm going a random random type of build that's, well, not ideal. I'm even wondering if I should put windows here. I kind of do like to see what I'm building, to be honest, so there's that. Nope. Let's try again. What's that? That's my plastic build. Did I not finish the last levels of plastic? I didn't finish the last levels of plastic. I was kind of expecting this. To eventually happen. And by this I am referring to running out of motors again. And that's literally all my motor production from the entire base. I would have not realized that I've disconnected that wire. Is there another floor here that I need to do? No. There is another. Really? I cannot jump up there? Interesting. What can I do? As long as I'm hogging this, I should be safe. Okay, that's all the foundation I needed. I cannot build more generate. I cannot build more generators is what I wanted to say. Due to lack of Cateria Moyer, I cannot build more of these due to lack of motors. Oh. What's happening with plastic? Did I finally overflow the train? Indeed, train seems... Nope, it's not overflowing the train. There's some bottleneck somewhere. A conveyor lift. Okay, now that's a full belt throughput. Something doesn't make sense. Oh, it does now. Okay, let's try this again. Merger on that direction. It has throughput. So let's do a very small redesign here, I think. Placement is a bit unfortunate, but it is what it is. So, come on. ma'am? Yes, ma'am.
Dimensional upload speed increased. Every particle now has encoded potential reconstruction memory for when any part using that particle is recalled, enabling instancing on the fundamental particle level.
You grow shifted the body chord flow cycle song of the sixth layer. Harmonious. Your cycle songs will only deepen the layers.
I'm always working on myself. The time will come.
So I need to have enough space here to do. Actually, I think it's just like this. No. Can I do it at the lower level? Yes. And this should be output overflow. I need to redesign this a bit. So if I do this and then I put a merger, about here. Do I need a belt? I need a belt. Center overflow, output left, right. This means that this will always take precedence. And now we have our extra buffer. I still have things here. A bunch of fuel. Let's save store the Mercer spheres. Let's save store those ones for now. And go see what's wrong with our wire build. I'm looking at my phase 4 progress and it's really depressing. It is really depressing. Also, well, this build will scale up, I guess. But isn't this building wire? I don't have ingots. So why don't I have ingots? Because I have completely decoupled this thing from Why is this belt dead? Oh, this is the plastic. Never mind. And this is no longer needed either. But this should start producing some. Does that do anything? I don't think that does anything. This should restart my Caterium production. Oh, it's the slowest build possible. $60 per minute is not a lot at the same time. It will have to suffice. Okay, there is at least that happening. Hopefully I don't have to turn back again. What? It does feel like I'm moving quite fast, so I think I managed to jump properly. Probably one of the biggest quick wins I could do is to enhance my Caterium production, Caterium ingot production. But for now, while I have this this thing going here, okay, plastic is decent. No, I want this one. This is fairly decent. I want to check the... Okay, the fuel pipe is... Will having a pump here help in any shape or form? Because this pipe is full. This is actually not working at full speed. This is yellow. Why is this yellow? Because there's no fuel? Okay, is this working at full speed? It shouldn't be because there's too much fuel. and it cannot output. Not a head lift issue. This is a full pipe. This is still a full pipe. Still not a head lift issue, but this is a full pipe. Head lift got bigger, but still not an issue. Still full pipe. So this is taking 22 per minute. 22 per minute means times 10, that's 200. That's definitely not a problem. Okay, let's try a couple of things. The head lift here should be fairly small. It's kind of annoying that I cannot tell instantly when something is working or not working. Let's see. Oh, actually, I don't need to do a loop around. I just need to... to connect this. And I cannot do it like that, because this needs to come on the bottom floor. This should actually be straight, and so is this one. So my thought on this is that this will act as a dumper Basically, when there's too much coming in, these ones cannot consume. It will fill up. When there's not enough left on the pipe, it would actually push at least some of the liquid back, maybe up to this level. Although the pipes are technically long enough to have enough of a buffer, and I kind of saw that this actually got quite full after, while building that. So I'll hold off on that thought for now. See if this actually works. I'll see if that's enough. And I should be able to tell quite fast if it's enough or not. And in the meantime, let's start that rubber build. I cannot tell if this is properly aligned or not. And it looks like it was. I'm expecting at least that length. I actually don't know. The ratio, I'll have to double check. I thought something looks funny. Didn't really understand why there's one gap left there. But let's bring up the rubber. And this is basically gonna be half of what I need. I did update my spreadsheet, and we are negative 950 rubber and just 800 plastic, 860 plastic. So I do need more rubber than this. But anyway, let's look at the build here. 10 refineries that translate into 3 floors. I'm trying to think if I want to do double this from the get-go. I would need to deal with 200 more heavy oil residue, and that would be 2 floors for the... So I could build the heavy oil residue over here. That's not a problem. So yeah, just build just one more floor for this one. Or 2 floors, I don't know how many. I could do the cheap recipe, no water involved, which would reduce the number of power plants, but well, max efficiency. And I do need more rubber. Let's build big. Let's build big. I want to see how my plastic build looks like. Yeah, this one I could do with just one pipe of water, which makes things substantially easier. Well, let's start simple. And we're gonna start with the oil input. I'll keep the orientation like this. I was thinking of changing orientation, but now that I think about it, I don't really think it's worth doing that. So this one quite straightforward except the height. I'll build just the first 3 floors for now. We will figure out the top afterwards. Okay, this is going to be the polymer resin recipe. What's the ratio here? I'm doing residual rubber. I was saying that it might be an interesting idea to not convert that into turbo fuel, or not all of it into turbo fuel. It's nice to have a ton of power, but at the same time nuclear would do all of this in I think it's 25 gigawatts per nuclear reactor or something like that. It's substantially cheaper, but again, I have 3 floors and I am outputting 1300 polymer resin. from just one floor of refineries. This means that I need to split at some point. So what I'll probably do, I'll do a smart splitter at the point where we are. Where do I do the smart splitter? I need to do it a bit differently. I would ideally want a half and half splitter and merger that can basically take in two lanes, one almost full, one that would overflow, and then get only the overflow. Unfortunately, that doesn't exist in the game. So we'll have to figure out something else. I actually don't remember exactly how I did all of this. Right, two belts, two inputs over here. I just want to do something relatively similar. And when I say belts, I mean pipes, obviously. No more weird snapping angle, even? Oh. How could I have doubted it? This is input, that's output, that's good. So this only takes in crude oil. Something's off. What did I do? I've pressed the wrong key, obviously. Oh, I've already done the placement. So, last pipe of heavy oil. Does not need to go all the way to here. Last pipe of heavy oil connects maybe here. Yeah, that's wrong in a lot of ways. But okay, this is a straight pipe now. This is center line. This should be the center of the of the build. That's about it. No recipe here, no recipe. That's the correct recipe, yes. So over here, let's do this connection as well, why not? So when we have the second oil pipe, we just connect here. Now this will do... Did I said the recipe already? So we have to get rid of how much? 200 heavy oil. 200 heavy oil is not that much. Especially when it is as easy as connecting to the manifold. Of course the snapping point is over there, like how could I even think something different than that? I should put a non-return valve here. So this should completely get rid of the byproduct. Now again, this is 1300 polymer resin, so just one of them will not cut it. But for now, I just want to get this this working, so this will have to do temporarily, that is. This is gonna be the final floor. Did I delete too much? No. What I want to check is I want to get the output this way and the inputs this way. Yep. That's what I want to have. And I'm doing this one. I have 3 of those. Okay, but I actually need to think how this is gonna flow. Okay, what's the closest I could get? That's a really odd number to deal with. 1300. Even splitting that into 3 belts is a bit of a pain if I want to use 3 belts. So there is an option to just go 3 belts from the bottom floor and take them to the factory. But let's assume for a second that I actually have 3 of these, just 2 of these. So I cannot have 1 belt for 1 floor. That's 800 and 60 something. Well, it's 800 per minute. It's sorry, 400 per floor plus the extra factory, so 440-ish. Yeah, 433.333 times 2, that's 800 something. So I cannot do 1 belt and 2 belts. How would merging belts look like? If I cannot come in that close because I still need to have a merger. So if I say, let's take the one scenario here. Can I put priority on a merger? No. But I could merge. So I'm mostly this is already looking way too complicated than I would like, but I want to see if it's even the feasibility of this. So you would overflow to the left, you would overflow to the right. Surely this is a bad joke. This is inserting now. Did I get all of them wrong? Yes, I did. Oh no. It is getting very late. I'm getting very tired and I do silly mistakes. Let's say maybe I even push that one back. This one goes in there. Let's just entertain the idea for a second. I could even shift this to be centered. That is not a problem. But the main idea would be that I would want both of them to okay, so it is possible. I'm still not 100% sold if this is a good idea. But I want to try it out, at least. Would that actually connect? It would. As ugly as it may seem, it does connect. This takes me okay, this one. needs to be like that. Why is it? Because probably this one is not connected now. So yeah, it is possible, but I don't like it. This is input, this is output. Okay, that's correct. I did fully clear this one up, so that shouldn't be a problem. Why you no power? So I could have 3 belts going this way. With do they need to be balanced? If I do 3 individual belts and they're not balanced, the floors would not consume equally. Okay, this is getting a bit too late and I'm getting way too tired to actually come up with good ideas on how to route this. So I'll do this some other day when I will be a bit more fresh. But that being said, we're gonna make a stop in today's episode. Thanks all very much for watching. Thanks for keeping me company and hope to see you here soon. Have a good